Was dealing with difficult questions straightforwardly in a way to grip an upbeat future for the country, and you had a Labour leader who was simply trying to escape his own past. That doesn't give confidence to anybody.
And the SNP are launching their manifesto today and pledging to increase the minimum wage and raise income tax to a new 50p rate as part of a plan to improve living standards and tackle inequality in order to end the punitive austerity agenda implemented by your party in government. What do you say to them?
Well, we've got the highest number of people employed in the UK ever in our history. We have got the lowest unemployment numbers in recorded that have ever been recorded. That's the key to a successful economy. People do well if they've got a job, they do well if they've got decent wages, they do well if they can get on in life. And our approach puts the economy first, and that allows us both to give people good living standards themselves, but also deliver the money necessary for public services. That's not done by overtaxing people, it's not done by raising taxes, it's not done by putting small businesses out of business, it's done by running a good economy.
So why is it that we're seeing such high levels of inequality still?
Well, this is something that's worldwide, inequality levels, and it's one that the Prime Minister is absolutely seized on. She's made it clear she wants to reduce the divisions in society, to give people who start at the bottom a good chance, a decent chance. And she wants to make sure that the people who are just about managing, that phrase, are also taken into account, that we actually provide things that make their lives easier. That's what real decent government's about, and that's what she'll deliver.
This election seems to be a lot about the electorate putting trust in you. There are so many uncertainties, especially over Brexit, over immigration, over the deal that will be set for the City of London, whether there's going to be a soft border in Northern Ireland. All these things, they're all up in the air, and a lot of people are very, very uncertain. And I don't know if you've really reassured a lot of people.
Well, we've given a very clear strategy for Brexit to deal with some of the issues you just described. 100 pages or more of documentation of it. But you're right, this comes down at the end of the day
Right, well, so stand to the side then. Right. Just as well we're not Chris Law. Oh, it's your spawn as well. Just at the beginning of the day, you jumped in, didn't you? I don't know.
I think I have to do it again because Clegg didn't realise there's 2 seats. How you doing? You alright? Manifesto was decided to hold, wasn't it? The budget before that, I mean, just but also the sameness of is what slightly puzzles me. When we have an unassailable new goal for this agenda, most of there's no need to do it in the manifesto because if they're going to win anyway, then all they need to do is not promise to do anything different. And she doesn't have very, she doesn't have a lot of allies when it came to right music. Also very media friendly operation. Just doing it to win votes and taking a message across to people having to do things like Iraq. Yeah, I found it very contrast with the operation was say 2011 local election and things like that. It's really stark. I don't know whether it's really good work to use the government jobs. It's
Hello. How are we all doing, and welcome to Perth. When I put out a gentle little request to see if we could get some canvassers to help out in this campaign, I didn't think I'd get such a fantastic turnout. This is a city that's got a long association with the Scottish National Party. Not only was this our conference city for years and years, we have held the constituencies here since 1995, since that superb victory from Rosanna Cunningham 22 years ago, and we are not going to let this constituency go again. Apparently, folks, there's a bit of a challenge this time. Apparently, this is the #1 target seat from the Tories, as it always has been. I wouldn't be relaxed unless it was a #1 target seat. But in the last 2 elections, I trebled, then doubled my majority. Folks, Perth and North Perthshire is a line in the sand that they will not cross, and with your help, we will ensure that happens. But thank you for coming to this wonderful city. You are more than welcome. Perth welcomes the Scottish National Party. Perth is an SNP city, and it's great to see so many of you here today. Now, it's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce my colleague, the Deputy Leader of the party, no less. Now, Angus Robertson and I were both elected in 2001, and we're now the longest-serving members of Parliament representing Scottish constituencies. You could call us the Fathers of the Hoose, if you want, and we're only 35. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome my colleague, my friend, our Deputy Leader of the party, Angus Robertson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, friends, and welcome to the Manifesto launch of the real opposition. Our strong and effective SNP group has a proven record of standing up for Scotland at Westminster, leading the real opposition to the Tory government. And in this election, only the SNP can provide a strong progressive voice to protect the Scottish people and Scottish jobs against the dangers of an unopposed, hardline Tory government. That's why now, more than ever before, it's essential that we have a strong group of SNP MPs standing up against Tory cuts, and a manifesto that will represent progressive values and an alternative to austerity. We will provide that effective voice. We will provide strong opposition. We will provide a real agenda for change. So, ladies and gentlemen, to present the Scottish National Party's plan to deliver this change, please welcome the Leader of the SNP, the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Angus. A very warm welcome to the launch of the SNP's Manifesto for the general election. This manifesto sets out a clear plan to end Tory cuts, protect Scottish jobs and strengthen Scotland's hand. It is a manifesto with fairness, opportunity and democracy at its heart. A manifesto for a country that is welcoming and outward-looking. A manifesto that reflects our belief in the infinite possibilities open to the people of Scotland if we work together in the common good to build the kind of country we know we can be. Our pledge at this election is that SNP MPs will work every day to make Scotland's voice heard and build a better country. We know that decisions taken at Westminster in the years ahead will shape our country. So now, more than ever, it is vital to have strong SNP voices standing up for Scotland. With Labour in disarray, the Tories saw a chance to tighten their grip on the whole of the UK for many, many years to come. But with their true colours being exposed in this campaign, we have a real chance to keep them in check. And let us be clear, Labour isn't strong enough to do that. Voting Labour simply risks letting in Tory MPs. In Scotland, only the SNP can keep the Tories in check. In this election, it is vital that we strengthen Scotland's hand, not Theresa May's. Otherwise, so much of what we cherish and value will be under threat. The dismantling of the post-war welfare state, already underway, will pick up pace. Experts are already predicting the biggest rise in inequality since the 1980s. They say that the incomes of the poorest third of working-age households will fall by 10% over the next 4 years, and that Tory policy will drive 1 million more children across the UK into poverty. Just think about that. 1 million more children. That means that by 2021, there could be more than 5 million children across the UK, a number equivalent to the total population of Scotland living in poverty in one of the richest countries in the world. That is shameful. That is shameful, and our manifesto puts it at the very heart of this election. Jobs will be lost too, as the Tories threaten to turn their backs not just on the EU, but on the single market as well. That is why, more than ever before, we need strong SNP voices at Westminster to stand up to the Tories and to stand up for Scotland. As a country, we face big challenges, but we have made so much progress. We mustn't let Westminster governments drag us backwards. In this manifesto, we set out how strong SNP MPs will help to build a fairer, more equal Scotland. And that starts with a clear alternative to continued austerity. For the Tories, austerity cuts are not simply a policy response to a particular economic situation. They are political dogma, an ideology. And as well as damaging our public services, they hold back our economy. That's why the current UK government has consistently failed to meet all of its fiscal targets. So in public finances, we are setting out a different approach. Our plan has 3 key aims. Firstly, to balance the UK budget for day-to-day spending by the end of the Parliament, and after that borrowing only to invest. Secondly, to return the deficit to its pre-crash long-term average. Thirdly, to set debt on a downward path. These responsible fiscal targets will return the UK's finances to a stable and sustainable position. And crucially, they will also free up an additional £118 billion of public investment over the next Parliament to grow the economy, safeguard public services and protect household incomes. A clear alternative to 5 more years of austerity, hope and investment for the future, not another potential destroying cycle of cuts. That's the SNP plan. SNP MPs will also back fair tax. In government at Holyrood, we've frozen the basic rate of income tax to help low and middle earners. That is the right approach at a time when rising inflation is making it harder for many families to make ends meet. But we have also opted not to cut tax for higher rate taxpayers. A tax cut for the top 10% of income earners at a time when public spending is under pressure is the wrong priority. We choose investment in our public services instead. SNP MPs will also support an increase across the UK in the additional rate of income tax for those earning more than £150,000 from 45 pence to 50 pence. The difference between the SNP and the Tories is this. The Tories' plans will give tax cuts to the wealthiest while pushing more hard-working people and families into poverty. Our plans are fair to all and will lift people out of poverty, not just because it is the right thing to do, but because we know that greater equality helps our economy too. You know, one of the biggest scandals in recent years, and it is a scandal, has been the rise in the number of people living in poverty despite having a job. 70% of children growing up in poverty live in a household where at least one person is working. Scotland already has the highest proportion of workers paid the living wage, the real living wage of any country in the UK, and that is positive. But we need to do more to tackle low pay, falling real wages and reduce support for those on low incomes. That's why today I am setting out a 3-point plan to tackle poverty and inequality and increase the incomes and the living standards of families across the UK. Firstly, we will support moves over the next Parliament, working with business to increase the minimum wage to the level of the real living wage. That means a living wage by the end of the next Parliament that will be slightly more than £10 per hour. Secondly, here in Scotland, we will take a different approach to public sector pay. The 1% pay cap was designed to protect jobs at a time of spending cuts imposed by Westminster. While the SNP government has taken action to soften its impact on the lowest paid, ensuring, for example, that many nurses in Scotland are paid more than their counterparts elsewhere in the UK, there is no doubt that it has been hard for public sector workers. And at a time of rising inflation, it is increasingly unsustainable. Of course, pay rises must be affordable, but they must also reflect the real-life circumstances people face and enable us to attract and retain staff in our public services. So for next year and in future years, we will not assume a 1% pay cap. Instead, we will set a remit for discussions with trade unions and for our evidence to pay review bodies that is based on a proper consideration of the impact of inflation, with a view to reaching fair outcomes that strike the right balance between affordability and the cost of living. And thirdly, the policies in this manifesto will restore fairness to our social security system. Make no mistake, the Tories have sought to undermine faith in the welfare state itself. They have set out very deliberately to stigmatise those on benefits. Of course, no one should be allowed to abuse the system, but their rhetoric is cover for the hardship they are causing to those who work hard and struggle to get by on low incomes. Children, the elderly, women, the disabled, even the bereaved are bearing the brunt. There are around £9 billion in social security cuts still to come over the next 4 years. Not surprisingly, the Tories want to press ahead with every single penny. What is surprising is that Labour is pledging to reverse less than a quarter of those cuts. So let me be clear today, SNP MPs will stand against all of the further planned cuts to social security. And we will do so because they punish the disabled and those who work hard to make ends meet. We will also support the reversal of the two-child cap on tax credits, and we will campaign tirelessly against the immoral rape clause that goes with it. The rape clause, a policy that shames every Tory candidate who supports it. We will demand reversal of the cut to employment and support allowance that is removing £30 per week in vital support from disabled people. And we will oppose the freeze on working age benefits, a policy that is set to reduce the incomes of the poorest in our society by 6%. And the reason we stand against the Tory assault on social security, on the poor, the disabled and the vulnerable is this. These cuts strike at the very heart of how we see ourselves as a nation and our shared ambition for the future of our nation. They are unfair and they are designed to divide. Of course, a growing gap between rich and poor is not the only divide that Tory policy will create. Their manifesto also seeks to set young against old. The utter chaos that engulfs Theresa May's plans for a so-called dementia tax makes me prouder than ever that the Scottish Parliament introduced free personal and nursing care for our elderly. Those assessed as needing personal and nursing care in Scotland receive £249 a week, just under £13,000 a year towards the cost of their care. That significantly reduces the burden on the personal assets of someone who has to fund their own care. So let me make clear today, the SNP will always protect free personal and nursing care for our elderly. Of course, it is concern for fairness in old age that drives this policy, and SNP MPs will be strong voices for fair pensions. The Tory Manifesto is nothing short of an assault on pensioners, from the dementia tax to the removal of the winter fuel allowance and the ending of the triple lock. To every older person in Scotland, I say this: it is very clear that the Tories think they can take the votes of many older people for granted, and their manifesto makes clear what they will do if given the chance. If you don't want them to have a free hand to remove your hard-won protections, make sure you elect strong voices who will stand up for you. The SNP will protect the winter fuel allowance, and with pensioner poverty once again on the rise, we will oppose the removal of the pensions triple lock. We will also be strong voices for the women who have been shortchanged due to the accelerated timetable for increases in the women's state pension age. SNP MPs will continue to give full support to the WASPI campaign in their efforts to secure fairness. It seems clear that the Tories are planning to cut deeper to cover the impact of their planned extreme Brexit. But these cuts are hurting the low-paid and pensioners, and they are damaging our public services. That's why we will stand against them. Over the past 10 years, the SNP has prioritised the health service, and we will continue to do so. Our NHS, like health services across the world, faces real challenges. But patient satisfaction is at record levels. Our hospital A&Es are the best performing anywhere in the UK. Many nurses in Scotland are better paid than anywhere else in the UK, and we have integrated health and social care. We already have a pledge to increase the NHS budget by £2 billion by the end of this Scottish Parliament. But our alternative plan for the public finances would allow a further increase in frontline health spending across the UK. SNP MPs will call on the new UK Government to increase health spending per head of population in England to the current Scottish level, which is 7% higher. That would increase the health budget in England by £11 billion more than inflation by 2022. And it would deliver consequential funding to support additional investment in Scotland's NHS of up to £1 billion over and above our current commitment. The SNP standing up for Scotland's NHS now and always. And for our police and fire services, who have served us so well over this past week, as they always do, SNP MPs will demand that a Tory government returns the £140 million of VAT that it has so unfairly taken. Money that the Tories have so unfairly and shamefully taken away from our emergency services. For Scotland's young people and families, we will continue to extend free childcare. We're investing £750 million in a special fund to raise standards in our schools. And the SNP is committed to always protecting free university education. In this election, we are also campaigning to restore the post-study work visa, so we can continue to attract the best and the brightest from around the world to our country here in Scotland. And we're working to ensure that our universities don't lose out on vital European funding. Policies like expanding free childcare, closing the attainment gap in our schools and free university tuition are designed to help young people achieve their goals and create a fairer society. Making sure we have a strong economy is also vital to the futures of our young people. Jobs in the economy are central to this manifesto. These have been really challenging economic times, particularly given the fall in the oil price. But at the end of last year, Scotland's GDP per head was above its pre-recession level. Productivity has been growing faster than the UK, and unemployment is lower than the UK average. And on the greatest economic issue facing Scotland, reversing population decline and growing the number of people of working age who live here, real progress has been made, progress that is now put at risk by Brexit. In government, we have a £6 billion infrastructure programme, and we're taking 100,000 business premises out of paying business rates altogether. In this election, we will not support further reductions to the headline rate of corporation tax. That is not the right priority at this time. But we will support targeted reductions in national insurance to bring down the costs employers face when taking on new workers. And to help boost productivity, we will support an increase in the investment allowance to encourage businesses to invest more in plant and machinery. Supporting our economy is vital to everything we do. We live in a world where technological and economic transformation is happening at a pace we haven't seen before. We have the potential in Scotland, more than most countries on earth, to take advantage of the opportunity this change presents. Our food and drink industry is a multi-billion-pound success story. We have unrivalled energy resources. Our universities are among the best in the world. We are world leaders in the industries of the future, like life sciences, financial services and financial technology, creative industries, space technology and sustainable tourism. Our natural resources, our long-standing reputation for innovation, our educated workforce and our internationally recognised brand give Scotland a head start. The European single market, already the world's biggest, represents a massive opportunity for these areas of Scottish strength. In the digital economy, the services sector, energy, retail, the green and knowledge economy, the single market is still a work in progress, with huge potential still to be unlocked. That means a huge potential economic prize for Scotland. It means a world of opportunity for our young people. But Brexit, especially an extreme Brexit, puts all of that at risk. And that is why I believe so strongly that at the end of the Brexit process, not now, but when the terms of the deal are known, Scotland must have a choice about our future, a choice between following the UK down the Brexit path or becoming an independent country. There is just too much at stake for Brexit simply to be imposed on Scotland, no matter how damaging it turns out to be. Our future must be decided by us, not for us. Last year's Holyrood election delivered the democratic mandate for Scotland having such a choice, and the recent vote of the Scottish Parliament underline it. If the SNP wins a majority of Scottish seats in this election, that will further reinforce our mandate. And in these circumstances, any continued Tory attempts to block Scotland having a choice when the time is right and the options are clear would be democratically unsustainable. However, that will be a choice for the end of the Brexit process. I want to be clear today that this election also presents Scotland with a more immediate opportunity. In the months ahead, we must make sure that our interests are not ignored in the Brexit negotiations. A vote for the SNP will make sure that Scotland's voice is heard. A majority of people in Scotland voted to remain in the EU. But even many of those who voted to leave have real concerns about the extreme Brexit being pursued by the Prime Minister. To be taken out not just of the EU but also of the single market puts 80,000 Scottish jobs at risk. It poses a real danger to our farmers and fishermen, our universities, our food and drink businesses, to almost every sector of our economy. That is why the Scottish Government published compromise proposals that would keep Scotland in the single market. These proposals were brushed aside by the Prime Minister. But this election offers people the opportunity to give them democratic legitimacy and make it impossible for the Prime Minister to continue to ignore Scotland's voice. So my message today to all voters in Scotland is this. Whether you voted leave or remain last year, or yes or no in 2014, vote SNP on the 8th of June to give me a mandate to demand a place for Scotland at the Brexit negotiating table so we can work to keep Scotland in the single market. Now, more than ever, it is vital to have strong SNP voices standing up for Scotland at Westminster. A vote for the SNP on June the 8th will strengthen Scotland's hand against Tory cuts. It will strengthen Scotland's hand against an extreme Brexit, and it will strengthen Scotland's right to make our own decisions. The fact is, we cannot afford a Tory government with a free hand to do whatever it likes. We must have strong voices, standing up for our interests and defending the values we hold dear. You know that Tory MPs will be a rubber stamp for whatever Theresa May wants. Just as you know that in Scotland, voting Labour risks letting in Tory MPs. Only the SNP is strong enough to keep the Tories in check, and only SNP MPs will always stand up for Scotland. Whether on Brexit, austerity, or the future of our public services, this is a manifesto to make Scotland's voice heard. It is a manifesto for prosperity and opportunity, a manifesto to tackle inequality, a manifesto to protect jobs and build the fair society we know is within our grasp, and a manifesto to ensure that Scotland's future will always be in Scotland's hands. I am proud to present it to the Scottish people today. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I'm now going to take some questions from the media, so please listen quietly and carefully to the media. Questions are here to do the important job of holding us to account. Can I take, if I can see him, Brian Taylor?
First Minister, thanks very much indeed, Brian Taylor, BBC Scotland. Your entire launch, your entire speech is predicated upon the return of a majority Conservative government. You've called that highly likely. You've discounted Labour's prospects. But in those circumstances, wouldn't power reside in numbers 10 and 11 Downing Street? What evidence is there, even from the last couple of years, that even a vast SNP presence at Westminster, where by simple arithmetic you cannot form the majority, that even that vast SNP presence can constrain the Conservatives?
Well, I think we've seen over these past 2 years that it has been the SNP, not Labour, Angus Robertson, not Jeremy Corbyn, that has been the effective opposition to the Tories. Making Scotland's voice heard week in and week out, raising issues that are important not just to Scotland but the whole of the UK week in, week out at Prime Minister's questions. It was the SNP that was the first to spot and to pick up on the national insurance increases in the budget, and that of course then led to a U-turn. So on a whole range of issues it has been the SNP making sure that Scotland's voice is heard. That has been important, and over a period where we may have another Tory government with a bigger majority, that will be even more important. And of course, in politics, who wins elections matters in terms of who has the authority to stand up and speak for those they represent. And if the SNP win this election a week on Thursday, I take nothing for granted, but if we win this election, then yet again the people of Scotland will have put their trust in the SNP to stand up for Scotland. And that But can I say directly to that, I mean, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but the person who gets more vote, or the party rather, that gets more votes and more seats than any other party wins the election. That's democracy. But what I'm also saying very clearly, we're talking here about a choice for the end of the Brexit process, not for now. So this election also gives us more immediate opportunities. It gives us the opportunity to make sure there are voices in the House of Commons standing up for Scotland against Tory austerity. It makes sure that we will have SNP voices standing against an extreme Brexit, making sure that our interests are represented in these Brexit talks. So that's why I'm saying to people across Scotland, no matter how you voted in the referendum last year or the one 2 years ago, this is our opportunity to make Scotland's voice heard. And we know that the only way to make Scotland's voice heard is to vote SNP, and that is what I'm asking everyone to do on June the 8th. I think that's David Clegg from the Daily Record, I can see, yes.
Good eyesight.
It's actually very bad eyesight, that's why I wasn't sure.
I'm looking very handsome, I can assure you. First Minister, can I ask...
Diplomacy prevents me from commenting.
First Minister, the Conservatives are running this general election campaign in Scotland on one message, which is that they do not want another independence referendum.
Really?
There is some evidence that it is working and that some of your colleagues could lose their seats because of it. Do you worry about that, and that the decision to call a referendum may cost some of your colleagues their seats? And also, can I ask if the SNP would support the Labour proposals on income tax for 45% rate at £80,000 and a 50% rate at £123,000? And if not, why?
I set out our income tax proposals here. We will support a 50p tax rate for those earning £150,000 or more. We oppose tax cuts for those at the higher rate, and we have not delivered that tax cut in the Scottish Parliament, and we support a freeze on the basic rate of income tax because inflation is rising, and I don't think we should be passing the burden of austerity onto the shoulders of low and middle income earners. In terms of your... In terms of your next question, I'm very confident in all of my colleagues here, and for those watching at home, each and every one of them has been a strong voice for Scotland. Get out and vote for them on June the 8th to make sure they continue to be. Angus Robertson has been the voice of opposition, standing up to Theresa May and standing up to the Tories, not only putting her on the spot week in and week out, but putting Jeremy Corbyn to shame as he does it. So let's make sure that thorn in the side of the Tories is still there. And lastly, on the point of the Tory campaign, you may have heard me say this last week, but Ruth Davidson is going around Scotland saying I talk about nothing other than independence. The thing is, she talks about it so much that I don't get a chance to talk about it. What I'm talking about in this election is how we put an end to Tory austerity, how we get rid of policies like the rape clause. And Ruth Davidson's support for the rape clause really does shame her and show her in her true colours. And the reason the Tories want only to talk about independence, and if you look at any of their leaflets, there's no mention of health and education or welfare or any of the other policies that really matter to people. And the reason for that is this: they don't want to talk about their record, and they do not want to talk about their policies, because they know the Tory record and Tory policies harm our public services, harm people the length and breadth of this country. So I'll let Ruth Davidson continue to talk about whatever she wants in this campaign. I will continue to talk about how we put an end to the Tory policies that are doing so much damage to the people of our country. And next I'll take Kieran Andrews. A little birdie tells me it might be your birthday today, Kieran, but I may be misinformed.
No, that's correct.
Yeah?
21.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
We might have gone from one extreme to the other with the media. A happy medium is probably what we should try for.
No, it's fine. Just sing for everyone. It's okay. First Minister, you say in the manifesto you want to balance the budget by the end of Parliament, but there's a lot of extra spending here, no cuts and not very much in the way of tax rises. Do you have a detailed plan and a detailed plan of costings, and can you give us an idea of exactly how you plan to balance the budget?
What we have said in terms of our alternative fiscal plan, by balancing day-to-day spending by the end of the Parliament, reducing the deficit to its long-term pre-crash average and getting debt as a share of GDP on a downward trajectory, that will, compared to the Tory plans, free up £118 billion over the life of the Parliament. In addition to that, there are tax rises involved in this manifesto, the 45 to 50 pence on the additional rate of income tax, the removal of the marriage allowance, which discriminates between couples who are married and those who are not, and also reversing the cut in the bank levy. Those tax increases will raise an additional £10 billion over the life of the Parliament. The spending commitments in the manifesto add up to around £80 billion over the life of the Parliament, so they are affordable within that fiscal plan that we have set out. They also leave some headroom if, for example, there needs to be investment to deal with some of the impacts of Brexit. So this is a fully thought out and affordable plan. And how we balance the budget is to take sensible steps towards balancing that budget, but not doing it through aggressive cuts on the backs of those who can least afford them. So this is moderating, significantly moderating what the Tories are already planning, and it allows us to invest more in our NHS. It allows us to halt the welfare cuts that are driving more people into poverty, and it allows us to invest properly in our economy. Because one of the really stupid things about Tory economic policy over the past number of years has been that their own austerity has made it harder for them to meet their fiscal targets. So by investing, we can grow our economy faster and meet those targets more successfully than the Tories have managed. So this is common sense, and in this election, we are the only party putting forward a credible alternative to austerity that gets the finances back onto a sustainable footing, but also means that we can have investment for the future, and I'm proud to put it forward today. I'll take Tom Gordon. I think is Tom Gordon. Oh, sorry, was I meant to be somebody else? I'll take Tom, and then I'll go behind to, I think that's Kathleen behind. Yeah.
Thanks, First Minister. The manifesto covers in 2015 and 16 were essentially single pictures of you. You are nowhere to be seen on this manifesto cover on the outside. Do you accept that you personally, I know you're on page 2, but you're not on the outside.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Do you accept that you personally have become a more divisive person on the doorstep for voters?
Well, I might let you boo that one. No. Look, do you know what? This is a great example. I don't mean this disrespectfully to Tom, because he's entitled to ask this question, but it's a great example of how, for all politicians, not just for SNP politicians, you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. If you remember our manifesto launch last year, which involved everybody holding up big pictures of me, which was slightly uncomfortable, they all said it was the cult of the personality. This year, they're criticised. But the reason, Tom, is simple. That baby, that baby's much cuter than me. Come on. So that's why the baby. But I am, in case you haven't noticed it, there is a... I'm not going to say lovely, because I don't think any pictures of me are particularly lovely, but there's one on page 2 holding up a Scotland love heart, which I think is a great image. OK, Kathleen.
Hello, Kathleen Nutt from the National. Theresa May has said... Thank you.
I'm not sure if that was for the National or Theresa May. I can't work it out.
Theresa May has said no to an independence referendum before Brexit is played out, and in fact Ruth Davidson has said that she doesn't want a second independence referendum for 35 years. So if Theresa May is returned to power, or whoever is in Downing Street, what can you do to make sure that Scotland can have a referendum before Brexit?
Look, I want Scotland to have a choice at the end of the Brexit process, and in that respect I often think there's not much difference really between what I'm saying and Theresa May is saying in that regard. I don't want people to have to choose now, that would be wrong. But at the end of the process, when we can judge what Brexit means for us and compare that to what being independent would mean, then people can make an informed choice. And the alternative to that is that we have to accept Brexit, no matter how damaging it might be. And as I said earlier on, we hear Theresa May today herself talk about the dangers of Brexit going wrong. She's spelling out the dangers to our economy, the dangers to our public services. Well, I don't believe that we should have to accept that come what may. I believe that our future should be decided for us. Not now, but when the time is right. The more immediate opportunity in this election is to make sure that we can influence those Brexit negotiations. So every vote for the SNP a week on Thursday is a vote to strengthen my hand to make sure that Scotland's voice is heard in these vital negotiations over the next few months. I've got a choice of Telegraph journalists now, which one to take. Eenie, meenie, miny, mo. Go on, Simon.
Thank you very much, First Minister. Can I just ask, Jeremy Corbyn said yesterday that he would open discussions with you over a second independence referendum if he becomes Prime Minister. So I wanted your thoughts on that. And secondly, I just wondered whether you felt you'd been a bit quick to write him off, given that polls seem to suggest that he's winning the campaign in England.
Well, I watched, I didn't watch all of it, but I watched some of the, I was going to say debate, but it wasn't a debate because they actually interact with each other. But, you know, I'm not sure it would have been hard to come off better than Theresa May in that Sky programme last night. Shame. And this is a serious point. You know, there are older people all over the country now wondering what a Tory government means for their care if they get older, and the house that they'll be able to leave to their children. There are older people wondering whether or not they will still have a winter fuel payment or whether their pensions are going to be safe in the future. And I think it is outrageous that the Tories are not answering any of these questions in the election. And I think anybody watching the Prime Minister last night would suddenly have seen very, very clearly why she has dodged any direct leaders' debates in this election. The polls, even though the polls are narrowing, I think everything suggests that we are still facing another Tory government. But it's a Tory government that has been exposed over this campaign, and that presents us here in Scotland with an opportunity. And that is an opportunity to make sure we keep a Tory government in check, that we don't face a Tory government without a strong Scottish voice standing up for our interests. And this is a really fundamentally important point in this election, because we know that Labour is no longer strong enough in Scotland to stand up to the Tories. So voting Labour in constituencies across Scotland would only run the risk of letting a Tory MP in the back door. And that is a risk people should think very carefully about. Only the SNP has the strength in Scotland to stand up to the Tories. So we face, I think, another Tory government, but it is a Tory government that has had its vulnerabilities exposed in this campaign. So let's make sure we grasp that opportunity to send strong Scottish voices to keep that government in check. Tory MPs, and we know this beyond a shadow of a doubt, we've only had to watch Ruth Davidson defend the rape clause, for goodness sake. We know that Tory MPs will just be a rubber stamp for anything Theresa May wants to do, whether that's more austerity cuts, more welfare cuts, an extreme Brexit that puts Scottish jobs on the line. So if we want strong Scottish voices standing up for Scotland, in Scotland that can only come from the SNP. So make sure on June the 8th you vote SNP to get those strong voices. Okay. Thank you all very much indeed. Before we end today, we will do, I'm sure, some more photographs here. Can I thank all of you for coming here today? But more importantly, can I ask each and every one of you now to leave this hall and get out there and campaign for your local SNP candidate. Before you leave Perth today, if you can, get out and campaign for Pete Wishart. And then campaign as hard as you can. There are big challenges ahead for all of us. The decisions taken by Westminster governments over these next few years will shape our country. Let's make sure SNP voices are in there standing up for Scotland. Let's get out, let's win this election.
First Minister, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, you okay there?
costing your manifesto, but then, you know, he goes to an interview and can't say what it costs. That's
Chris, is the water elected?
No, not on there. I'm talking about walking along there. Excuse me. You could move your chair a tiny bit forward, could you? Oh, right, I see. No, it's just because we're going to use that as access, you see.
What have you got to do?
No, just to move your chair a tiny bit forward.
That's so you can go along.
Yeah, just so that we can get through without bashing these guys. Or yourselves. No, that's fine. No, it was your chair, you see, because yours is last. Thank you. You're going to stay low like that the whole time? You're lower than that. So I want to stand on the back, so it's a rubbish bit as well. I'll move around.
television, and what I saw was revealing. Despite being a Member of Parliament for 34 years, despite being the leader of the Labour Party for the last 2 years, he's simply not ready to govern and not prepared to lead. He's not prepared to use the nuclear deterrent. He's not prepared to take action against terrorists. He's not prepared to give the police the powers they need to keep us safe. He's not prepared to take a single difficult decision for the good of our economy. He's not prepared to answer questions about his long track record of supporting people who want to harm and even attack our country. And with the Brexit negotiations due to begin only 11 days after polling day, he is not prepared for those negotiations. But I am prepared. Prepared to take the difficult decisions that leadership demands. Prepared to do what is necessary to protect and defend our country. Prepared to go into a negotiating chamber with the European Union just 11 days after polling day. I am prepared. I am ready to go. Jeremy Corbyn is not. Because last night confirmed that only one of us has the determination to deliver the will of the people and make Brexit happen. And only one of us has the plan to make Brexit a success. Last night shows that Jeremy Corbyn's minders can put him in a smart blue suit for an interview with Jeremy Paxman. But with his position on Brexit, he will find himself alone and naked in the negotiating chamber of the European Union. Now, I know that's an image that doesn't bear. But actually, this is very serious. We are approaching the end of a long campaign, but it's crucial that everybody remembers this important fact. Britain is about to enter into the most important negotiations of my lifetime. They begin just 11 days after polling day, and the European Union is already adopting an aggressive negotiating position. That's why, now more than ever, Britain needs a strong government and a strong Prime Minister, capable of standing up to Brussels. Your vote is more important than ever, because every vote for me in this election will, if I'm returned as Prime Minister, strengthen my hand in the negotiations that are about to start. But if you don't vote for this election, and if you don't vote for me in this election, you risk sleepwalking into the very real danger that Jeremy Corbyn will find himself in the hot seat, in the negotiating chair, on your behalf. I only have to lose 6 seats in this election for that to happen. And the consequences for Britain, if that did happen, would be dire. A weak and unstable Prime Minister, propped up by the Liberal Democrats and the SNP. A coalition of chaos, unable and unwilling to get the best deal for Britain, consisting of political parties who disagree with Brexit and want to unpick the referendum result. Don't let them steal your votes in last year's referendum. Don't let them make a mess of these negotiations. Don't sleepwalk into that danger. Because what last night's television debate brought home in Technicolor was that only we have the will and the plan to make a success of Brexit. But it's important too to understand that a referendum is not just a vote to leave the European Union. It is also a vote to change the way the country works and the people for whom it works forever. It was a quiet revolution, driven by all those who felt let down and left behind for too long. A revolution in which millions of our fellow citizens stood up and said they were not prepared to be ignored anymore. That's why since the first day I stepped through the door of number 10 as Prime Minister, I've been clear that the mission of the government I lead is not just to get the best deal for Britain in Europe, but to shift the balance in Britain in favour of ordinary working people here at home too. To fight for all those for whom life is more difficult than many seem to think or realise. those who are just about managing to get by, people who are working around the clock, giving of their best, but for whom life is still too often a struggle. They don't ask for much. They just want to get on with their lives and be able to do the best for their children. Above all, they just want to be given a fair chance. Because for too long, for too many people, life has not seemed fair. If you can't afford to get onto the property ladder, or your child is stuck in a bad school, if you're one of the ordinary working people who made huge sacrifices after the financial crash, but see no evidence that the people who are better off than you feel the same, if you're one of those people who lost their job, who stayed in work, but on reduced hours, who took a pay cut as household bills rocketed, or someone who finds themselves out of work on lower wages because of low-skilled immigration. Above all, if you've been trying to say things need to change for years and your complaints fall on deaf ears, if your patriotism is deemed somehow distasteful, your concerns about immigration dismissed as parochial, your desire for your country to make the decisions that matter to Britain here in Britain ridiculed and ignored for too long. Life simply doesn't seem fair. And that is why my plan for Britain does two things. It respects and responds to the British people's decision to leave the European Union. And it aims to shape a brighter, fairer future for our country. A future in which everyone, in every part of this United Kingdom, will enjoy a fair share. It will back those who want to work hard by helping businesses create more and better paid jobs, with new rights and protections for workers. It will help more people have a home of their own by building more affordable houses and tackle the cost of living by capping rip-off energy tariffs and keeping taxes low. My plan will make sure every child gets the best start in life by increasing school funding every year, provide real technical education for young people for the first time, and increase the NHS budget every year to ensure every family has the care they need and we can pay for and provide care for the elderly. And it will protect our national security and defences by fighting terrorism and taking effective action against extremists. It is a plan to make Britain stronger, fairer and more prosperous, and to put government at the service of ordinary working people. So that if you have a job but don't always have job security, we'll be backing you. If you own your home but worry about paying a mortgage, we'll be backing you. If you can just about manage, but worry about the cost of living and getting your children into a good school, we'll be backing you. If you just want to get on with your life, to do your best for your children, and be given a fair chance to get on, we will be backing you. Because the government I lead will be a government at the service of ordinary working people. But all of this depends on one thing: getting Brexit right. And that is what is truly at the heart of this election campaign. That is the one fundamental defining issue, the choice upon which everything else we care about will depend. Because the terms of the Brexit deal we negotiate with the EU, and the course we begin to chart in the years after it, truly will define our country for generations to come. Our place in the world, our economic security, the vital public services upon which we all rely, our future prosperity. Everything depends on and will be defined by the outcome of these next 5 years. If we don't make a success of the next 5 years, our economic prosperity will suffer. Jobs and livelihoods will be put at risk, and with them the security and peace of mind of working families. If we don't make a success of Brexit, we won't have the financial means to fund the public services on which we all rely. Our National Health Service, the institution which is there for us at the most difficult times, needs us to make a success of Brexit to ensure we can afford to provide it with the resources it needs for the future. Every school in every village, town or city needs us to make a success of Brexit. If we want to continue to provide a sustainable welfare system, with help targeted at those who need it most. We need to make a success of Brexit. If we want to go on investing in transport infrastructure, our roads and bridges and railways, we need to make a success of Brexit. If we want to continue to play our part on the world stage, standing up for our liberal values, with strong defences to protect us, we need to make a success of Brexit. Everything depends on getting Brexit right. So the central question in this election is who has the will and, crucially, the plan to make a success of Brexit, so that we can build the stronger, fairer, more prosperous Britain we want and need. And on that central question, I believe there is only one choice. Because I am clear about the instruction I have been given, clear about what needs to be done, and ready to get on with the job on day one. Our Jeremy Corbyn doesn't have the belief, the will, or the plan to deliver Brexit. And he doesn't have the strength to do so either. Because the only way he can get into number 10 is by doing a deal with the Scottish Nationalists and the Liberal Democrats, who do not believe in Brexit and do not want it to succeed. We know this, and the rest of Europe knows it too. They also know that a weak government in our home parliament here at home won't be able to stand up for Britain in Europe. They know that a British government that has to give in to other political parties all the time so it can just hold on to power will be weak abroad because it will be compromised at home. You don't negotiate the right Brexit deal for Britain from a position of weakness. You do it from a position of strength, with a Prime Minister 100% committed to the cause and a strong majority government with a clear plan to see it through. And you can't negotiate the right Brexit deal for Britain if you don't have confidence in our strengths and in all that we have to offer either. You can only deliver for Britain if you believe in Britain. And I do. And that is why I've been clear about my plan for Brexit at every stage. I said I would trigger Article 50 before the end of March, and I did. I said I would set out my negotiating objectives before I did so. And I have. I said we will take back control of our borders, our money and our laws, and we will. And I've set out a clear and ambitious plan for the negotiations ahead. It is a plan for a new, deep and special partnership between Britain and the European Union. A partnership of values and of interests. A partnership based on cooperation in areas such as security and economic affairs. And at the heart of that plan are 12 negotiating objectives that will guide us in the months ahead. We will deliver certainty wherever possible, so that everyone has as much clarity as we can provide as we move through the process. As part of that, we've published a white paper confirming our plans to convert what's called the EU acquis into British law, so that everyone has the certainty they need. And at the same time, I have been clear that the government I lead will put the final deal that is agreed between the UK and the EU to a vote in both houses of Parliament before it comes into force. We will take control of our own laws and bring an end to the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice in Britain. Leaving the European Union will mean that our laws will be made in Westminster, Edinburgh, Cardiff and Belfast, and those laws will be interpreted by judges not in Luxembourg, but in courts across this country. We will strengthen the union of the 4 nations that comprise our United Kingdom. We will negotiate as one United Kingdom, taking into account the specific interests of every nation and region of the UK. And we expect the devolved administrations in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland to see a significant increase in their decision-making power at the end of the Brexit process. We want to maintain the common travel area with the Republic of Ireland, with no return to the borders of the past. We will control immigration so that we continue to attract the brightest and the best, but manage the process properly so that our immigration system serves the national interest. We seek to guarantee the rights of EU citizens who are already living in Britain and the rights of British nationals in other member states as early as we can. I set that out very clearly in the letter I sent to President Tusk in March. But I am clear that this must be a reciprocal arrangement, because it is my primary job as Prime Minister of this United Kingdom to protect the rights and interests of the people of this United Kingdom. We will ensure that workers' rights are fully protected and maintained. Indeed, as I've made clear throughout this campaign, not only will the government I lead protect the rights of workers, we will build on them. We will pursue a bold and ambitious free trade agreement with the European Union that allows for the freest possible trade in goods and services between Britain and the EU's member states, that gives British companies the maximum freedom to trade with and operate within European markets, and that lets European businesses do the same in Britain. But we will not be members of the single market, because that would mean accepting the 4 freedoms that the European Union considers sacrosanct, including the free movement of people. That means we would not be able to control our borders as the British people want. Membership of the single market is incompatible with the democratically expressed will of the British people. So our membership will end. But we will continue to pursue the freest possible trade in goods and services in the interests of both Britain and the EU. We're going to make sure that we can strike trade agreements with countries from outside the European Union too. Because important though our trade with the EU is and will remain, it is clear that the UK needs to increase significantly its trade with the fastest growing markets in the world. We will continue to collaborate with our European partners in the areas of science, education, research and technology, so that the UK is one of the best places for science and innovation. We will continue to cooperate in important areas such as crime, terrorism and foreign affairs. And with a clear plan and strong leadership, we will deliver a smooth and orderly Brexit, delivering the will of the British people while minimising disruption to our economic security. That is my plan for Brexit. 12 objectives that amount to one big goal. A new deep and special partnership with the European Union that returns control to Britain and allows us to stand tall in the world once again. It is the clear and credible approach of a strong and stable government. Just compare it to the alternative. Because the truth is that Jeremy Corbyn has no plan for Brexit at all. And when you think about it, that is incredible. Because the Brexit negotiations will begin just 11 days after the election. There'll be no time to waste, no way of stalling, no way of asking Europe to hang on while we figure out what we want to do. The Europeans are ready to go and are determined to fight for a deal that works for them. This is no time for a weak government and a weak leader to be making it up as they go along, and particularly not when that leader has shown poor judgment and weak leadership throughout the process so far. Let's remember that on the day the referendum result was declared, Jeremy Corbyn thought we should trigger Article 50 straight away. That reckless misjudgment would have immediately handed the Europeans the advantage in negotiations and seriously curtailed the time we had to formulate our own negotiating position and objectives. It would have cost our country dear. And let's remember that while my team and I have put in the work to develop a coherent plan over the last 10 months, Jeremy Corbyn has lurched chaotically from half-baked plan to half-baked plan. He has had 7 different Brexit plans in the space of 9 months, none of which added up to a coherent vision for our country. And let's remember that on the central issue, what kind of relationship the United Kingdom should have with the single market, Jeremy Corbyn still cannot say for certain where he stands. He says he wants to keep all the benefits of the single market, but without saying how that will be achieved or how it fits with ending the free movement of people. And let's remember what we do know about his approach. With negotiations due to begin just 11 days after the election, the first thing Jeremy Corbyn would do is scrap the plan for Brexit we set out in our white paper and start all over again. leaving the UK naked in the negotiating chamber. With negotiations about to begin, the next thing he will do is drop our Great Repeal Bill that offers the certainty the country needs, yet he has no plan to replace it. And with negotiations about to start, his priority would be to reject no deal as an option for Britain. Consequences of that are very simple. It means being willing to accept any deal, however bad, signing up to any bill, however vast, accepting any terms, however unreasonable. It means signing up to Britain, being governed by EU laws and EU courts for years to come, so that we have no control over our laws. To free movement continuing indefinitely, so that we have no control over our borders. And to paying whatever Europe wants us to pay, so we have no control over our money either. As always with Jeremy Corbyn and Labour, the shambles and responsibility would be theirs, but the consequences and the bill would be ours. So the prospect of him and his political associates leading our country into the Brexit negotiations should worry us all. And that's why a vote for Labour, the Liberal Democrats or the Nationalists in this election is too big a risk to take. Because in an age of shock election results, and with the minor parties queuing up to do a deal with Jeremy Corbyn in return for their support, that risk is Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister in a hung Parliament in just 10 days' time. And if that were to happen then, just as we need to be at our strongest, our government would be in chaos. Jeremy Corbyn would be in number 10, John McDonnell would be in the Treasury, and Diane Abbott would be in the Home Office. And just as we should be negotiating a deal for Britain in Europe, Jeremy Corbyn would be stitching up a deal with Nicola Sturgeon and the Liberal Democrats. A deal that means they would be pulling the strings. So just 11 days after polling day, the Brexit negotiations will begin. Only yesterday, the European Commission showed the importance of the choice you face about who you send into those talks. They're adopting an aggressive negotiating position which can only be met by strong leadership on behalf of Britain. Jeremy Corbyn's in no position to provide it. He has no plan to deliver Brexit and has already admitted he would give control of our orders and our laws back to Brussels. If I lose just 6 seats, Jeremy Corbyn could become Prime Minister at the head of a coalition of chaos, with the parties still arguing among themselves rather than negotiating for Britain when the Brexit negotiations begin just those 11 days after polling day. So as we get back to focusing on the task in hand and turn towards the home straight in this campaign, this is the time to choose. If you don't want Jeremy Corbyn to be Prime Minister of this country, if you don't believe he is equipped to negotiate Brexit, keep our economy strong or our nation secure, there's no safe way to vote Labour wherever you live. There's only one party in this election that respects the people's decision and is passionate about delivering on it. One party that can provide the strong majority government the country needs to see Brexit through. Every vote for me and my local candidates in this election will strengthen my hand when I negotiate for Britain in Europe. Every vote for me and my local candidates will be a vote for 5 years of strong and stable leadership to see us through Brexit and beyond. Every vote for me and my local candidates will be a vote for strong and stable leadership in the national interest. Leadership that's ready to get the right deal for Britain abroad and a better deal for ordinary working people here at home. Leadership that's ready to make the most of the opportunity ahead to build a stronger, fairer, better Britain. Thank you. London Members of the Media here. Laura.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Laura Bloomsburg, BBC News. Prime Minister, election campaigns test our leaders, don't they? Isn't the emerging truth of this campaign that it's showing you as a leader to be weaker rather than stronger? Do you think that voters want more from you than attacks on Jeremy Corbyn and a reheat of the speech that you gave when you moved into number 10 nearly a year ago?
Laura, let me tell you what I think strong and stable leadership is about. Strong and stable leadership is about being open with the British people about the challenges that we face. And that's what we've done in the manifesto that we've set out. Strong and stable leadership is about being open about the hard choices that lie ahead in order to build that stronger Britain. And strong and stable leadership is about having a plan to take into those Brexit negotiations and a plan to take Britain beyond those Brexit negotiations and build that stronger, fairer country for all. That's what I have, and that's why I have strong and stable leadership.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you say you'll be a difficult woman when it comes to these Brexit negotiations, but isn't it true that you've also had a difficult election over your social care policy? It's worried voters, and polling suggests that female voters are turning away from you. Are you a female Prime Minister with a woman problem?
Let's be clear then about what we're doing in relation to social care. Right now, if you look at the situation for social care, then if you have more than £22,000 of savings, you pay for your care. And if it's residential care, then your home, your house is taken into account, the value of that is taken into account. And so what we see is people paying for their care, many people finding they have to sell their house in order to pay that bill, and some people seeing that what they've built up over their lives is virtually wiped out altogether. What I'm proposing, what we as a party are proposing on social care, reduces and takes away those risks. Because what we're saying to people is, you won't have to sell your home in your lifetime to pay for those care bills. You will be able to, we're quadrupling the level of savings that you can have and keep to pass on to your families to £100,000. And we will have an absolute cap on the absolute amount that people pay for care. But crucially, this is a social care policy that ensures we have a long-term, stable, social and sustainable social care system in this country, and as a policy that is fair across the generations. Gary?
Thank you, Prime Minister. You said again last night that no deal is better than a bad deal. Do you disagree with the experts who say that actually no deal would mean increased tariffs, perhaps whole sectors of the British economy that couldn't export to Europe because they didn't fit the guidelines, maybe airplanes not being able to fly to Europe, the possibility of a serious recession? What on earth could be anything other than catastrophic for just about managing families than that?
I do believe that no deal would be better than a bad deal. And let's just look at what a bad deal would be. You've got people in Europe who want to punish the United Kingdom, and I think the implications of that would be a bad deal. And you've got people here in the UK, in other political parties, who seem willing to just give anything away just to get a deal, whatever that deal is. And that would be bad for the UK. And I think what we've seen today from Jeremy Corbyn is that he'd be willing to do a deal at any price. He wants to get the worst deal for Britain at the highest possible price. That's not what we're about. I'm about going in there and fighting for Britain and getting the best possible deal, making a success of Brexit.
Emily Morgan, ITV News. Prime Minister, isn't it the truth that you are so worried about recent polls and the fallout from your manifesto launch that you are resorting to scaring voters about Brexit negotiations in order to get their vote?
What I'm doing, Emily, is actually setting out what the position is for this country. The position for this country is that 11 days after Election Day, the Prime Minister, who's been elected on June the 8th, would have to go into those negotiations with the European Union. They've made clear they're adopting a tough negotiating stance. We need to be ready for those negotiations. We need to have the strength to go into those negotiations, and we need to be able to fight and stand up for Britain in those negotiations. I've got the plan, I've got the will and the determination to do that. It will only be 11 days after polling day. The Prime Minister has to be prepared. I'm prepared, nobody else is.
Harry Gold from the Sun. Prime Minister, you say you want to build partnerships with the European allies, but Angela Merkel said at the weekend that Europe can no longer rely on Britain as an ally. What's your direct response to the German Chancellor on that, and do you think it's fair? And later today described you as an ogre when it comes to negotiating Brexit. Is that a badge of honour?
Sorry, who did you say described as an ogre?
Angela Merkel.
Look, we want to build a special, as I said, that deep and special partnership with the European Union that remains, because we're leaving the EU, but we're not leaving Europe. And we will continue to cooperate on issues like security and defence, because that's important for us all. Last week, I was, as it happens, on one day I was with Angela Merkel and others at the NATO leaders meeting, where we were showing the support for each other together with the United States and others to protect our security. That NATO has been the bedrock of UK defence, and UK has always been at the heart of NATO. And the next day at the G7, we were together, Angela Merkel and others and myself, making a very strong statement about our collective commitment to work together to deal with extremism, the extremism that can fuel the terrorism that leads to the horrific attacks that sadly we have suffered from only too recently in this country. Yes,
John Stevens from the Daily Mail. Are you disappointed by the way that British Airways handled its IT crisis at the weekend? Do you think the airline is still worthy of being the country's flag carrier?
Look, the IT crisis that hit British Airways is predominantly a matter for British Airways. I mean, I recognise the considerable disruption that it caused and problems that it caused for all those individuals who've been hoping to get away for their holiday and for their break and found themselves stuck in airports and unable to travel. And I think we all feel for those people. And it's important that, of course, British Airways has a compensation scheme. I understand it for people who are travelling, but it is up to them to sort their IT out and to ensure that they're able to provide the services that people expect them to provide as British Airways. Ben.
Prime Minister Bangladesh David aren't your increasingly personal attacks on Jeremy Corbyn, we've seen you punched him today naked and then negotiating with Brussels, sign of your increasing desperation, and are you demeaning the great office of Prime Minister?
No, if you look at what I've been saying throughout this election, there's one very simple message, which has been saying from the beginning and is the same now, which is that when people go to vote on June the 8th, they have a simple choice to make. There is only one of two people who will be Prime Minister after this election. It's either me or Jeremy Corbyn. And that Prime Minister, 11 days afterwards, has to start those Brexit negotiations. So people have to make a choice as to who they think has the leadership and the strong government to do that and to get the best possible deal for Britain. And as I said before, this is a choice between me and my team, strong and stable government and strong and stable leadership, working to get the best deal for Britain in Europe, or a coalition of chaos with Jeremy Corbyn propped up by the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish nationalists. I'll just take these last two, so then.
Thank you. Kate McCann from The Telegraph. Prime Minister, you said everything depends on getting Brexit right, but you spent the last few weeks out on the campaign trail rather than preparing for the negotiations. So how much time have you actually been able to spend getting ready for the talks, and what do you say to those who think it was irresponsible to call an election so close to such important negotiations?
Well, on the last point, I called this election precisely because what I saw was that the other parties were intent on trying to disrupt our Brexit negotiations. And if you look at what we hear from the other parties, at the sort of policies that they're talking about, allowing free movement to continue, allowing the European Court of Justice to continue to have that remit over laws here in the United Kingdom, or wanting to have a second referendum, which is what the Liberal Democrats want on whether or not we should be in the European Union. They were going to disrupt our Brexit negotiations, and I thought it was important to go to the country and to ask people for the mandate to be able to take into those Brexit negotiations on behalf of the people, because it was the decision of the British people to leave the European Union, and I think it is up to their government to deliver that for them. And last question.
You said Jeremy Corbyn wants to keep all the benefits of single market membership without saying how that would be achieved. Isn't that exactly what you're doing by telling the British public they can have tariff-free access, frictionless trade and control of migration? And some of those things you mentioned there about freedom of movement and UCJ jurisdiction, those are things that Labour might be able to say could trade off for those great benefits you talked about on the single market. Aren't the voters soon going to discover that they can't have everything they promised them once the negotiations get underway?
Now, you talk about Labour trading off. That's precisely one of the problems, is that actually the Labour Party seems all too willing to give away accepting free movement and accepting the European Court of Justice jurisdiction. And it's precisely things like that that people voted about when they voted in the referendum. And when people voted to leave the European Union, they wanted us to take control of our money, us to take control of our borders, us to take control of our laws. That's what our plan for Brexit will deliver. It's not what Labour will deliver. They'd be happy to give that control straight back to Brussels. That's why I say it's important that you need strength in those negotiations and a mandate, strong mandate from people, and every vote for me and my local candidates will strengthen my hand in those negotiations, and it will be a vote for the strong and stable leadership we need to get through Brexit and make a success of it. Thank you very much.
Labour will take firm action to end the scandal of late payments, which make it hard for many businesses to manage their cash flows. We will give more help to small and medium-sized businesses to ensure that they do not struggle to pay their employees a fair wage. Labour will also refocus our tax system, reintroducing a lower rate of corporation tax for small companies and ending the Conservatives' policy of increasing taxes on small and medium-sized businesses to pay for giveaways to the very largest companies. We are ambitious about the future of your communities in our country. We believe that no matter your background, your potential, your wonderful potential should be realised. So, Labour will ensure high quality education delivers for your children. And we're going to do this in a number of ways. One of which is properly funding our primary schools and secondary schools, but also restoring the education maintenance allowance, student grants, and free university tuition. This will give young black, Asian and minority ethnic children a real chance to achieve and excel. Labour is committed to reversing the damage done to our National Health Service by the Conservatives. We will address the racial inequalities that also exist in our mental health services, and I am determined to address that. And also to recognise the contribution of unpaid carers and to raise the carers' allowance, which I announced on the day the election was announced. That's our message to the people of this country. We will also do better to tackle underrepresentation of black, Asian and minority ethnic people in Parliament and in public life. This will be a key part of our party's racial diversity consultation, led by Shabana Mahmood and Kate Osamor in their National Executive Committee roles, and strongly supported and advised by Keith Vaz and many others who've made an incredible contribution to promoting diversity in our party, our movement and our society, and I thank them for the work they've done. I can say that to Keith because I was the first person to come to Leicester to canvass for him. That was a long time ago. But we're not going to stop there. Our Race and Faith Manifesto commits us to delivering diversity and social justice in our criminal justice system as well. We have to address the problems of the way our prisons are run, the high rate of reoffending, and the poor educational opportunities that are the experience of far too many people who end up within the criminal justice system. We need a system that reforms and brings people out better than when they went in. And we will immediately bring an end to the excessive use of stop and search powers and deliver policing by consent. And deal head-on with the high proportion of ethnic minority deaths in police custody, working with community organisations. We're committed to look closely at the emerging findings of David Lammy's review into these issues. And again, I thank David for the work he's doing. Friends, I'm proud to represent one of the most diverse constituencies in Britain. People of all faiths and cultures and nations live side by side in a very close-knit community that remains welcoming in spite of all the challenges it faces. I've spent my political life standing side by side with all communities, campaigning for economic and social justice. And yes, every progressive piece of equality legislation has been delivered by a Labour government. Think of them: the pioneering Race Relations Act of the 1960s, the Human Rights Act, the Equalities Act. But these were not gifts from the well-intentioned liberal establishment. They were won by the struggle from well-organised campaigns from the black and Asian community in alliance with the wider Labour and progressive movements. After 7 years in government, the political machine, she herself dubbed the Nasty Party, continues to pursue an economic agenda that serves the elite at the expense of all of our minority and other communities. Only a Labour government will unite our communities around economic and social justice for working people. We will create a society where our origins don't determine our destinies. A Labour government will break the rigged economy. A Labour government will call time on the economic disadvantage faced by black and Asian communities in Britain. Let's choose a society where everybody, regardless of race, faith or culture, is able to get on in life, have security at work and at home, be decently paid, and live their lives to grow old with dignity. A Labour government will deliver that change. There are 9 days to go until this election takes place. Indeed, some people are already voting who get postal votes. 9 days to have those conversations all around this country. And do you know what? They're happening. On the buses, on the trains, in the cafes, in the bars, everywhere. People are talking about politics. Because what we offer in our manifesto, we stand for the many, not the few, is transformational. We're calling time on the idea that the next generation of young people shouldn't even dream about getting free education, shouldn't even dream about getting a decent support from the state when they get old, shouldn't even dream about getting a home of their own. What austerity has done, and what the redistribution of wealth in favour of the wealthiest and most powerful has done, is reduce the opportunities and aspirations of so many people all over this country. Some poor, some not so poor, some relatively well off. All of them suffer when our NHS is cut, when our education is cut, when our housing opportunities are cut. What we offer is something very different. If you look around this audience today, look at ourselves, look at each other. We're black, we're white, we're old, we're young, we're gay, we're straight, we're disabled, we're not disabled. We have a whole multiplicity of faiths. But what unites us is a fundamental determination that every one of us is important. Every one of our children is important and precious, and every one of us wants our children and future generations to do even better than this one. And we are not going to divide the young from the old any more we're going to divide anybody else. What we seek to do is bring communities together. Because do you know what? Communities together achieve things. It was that sense of the collective that brought us the principles of the welfare state and the National Health Service all those years ago, before I was born. They brought us that sense of cohesion as a society. I want to lead a Labour government into the 21st century that will deliver for the people of this country, will invest in an economic future for all, will tackle injustice, poverty and inequality, so that the children of tomorrow's opportunities and chances won't be decided by the postcode of today. When we're united, when we're united, we do very well. And do you know what's happening in this election? Every event, every rally, every event that we put on gets bigger and bigger, and more people want to come along. Because do you know what? There's something happening out there. There's something happening out there of people saying, well, actually, what Labour's saying in this election is what I believe is the kind of world I want to live in, is the kind of society I want to live in. And so, I urge everyone who hasn't yet made up their mind how they're going to vote, think very carefully. Do you want 5 years of more austerity, 5 years of more cuts to every council's budget, 5 years of more waiting lists and times in our hospitals, 5 years of underfunded schools and overcrowded classrooms, 5 years of more food banks, more people sleeping on the streets of our towns and cities, 5 years of more students getting deeper and deeper into debt, 5 years of the unrequited ambition of so many of our young people? Or are you prepared to say the biggest and most powerful and richest could pay a little bit more, that the rest of us might be able to get a real achievement and life ahead of us with our ambitions met because we work together? Our party offers you this: a manifesto for the many, not the few. A government for the many, not the few. A government that will bring about the social justice, the real democracy that every one of us craves. I urge you to come with us on this wonderful, exciting journey for a much better tomorrow for everybody in this country. Thank you very much.
This winning journey to change the world on June the 8th. So I'm going to take some questions now. I'm going to try and take, so we're running a bit over time, but I want to try and take 3 sets of 3 if I can. I want to do the media first, so we can get the media out of the way. Can I ask? Sorry. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I meant, I didn't want the media to think that we weren't going to call them. So if I call them first, that limits their anxiety of not being called. That's what I meant. And so please, and also, whatever the question is, just smile and nod, as my mum would say. Smile and nod. No, smile and nod. No booing, no heckling, just smile and nod. Because we are on a journey, and we're on a pathway, and we are building as we grow to the steps of number 10. So smile and nod. Okay. I'm gonna take some questions. John. He's a professional waiting for the mic. Thank you very much, John.
Excellent timing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Corbyn, you are Labour's choice of next Prime Minister. Yet this morning, you couldn't put a cost on the key childcare policy you went out to promote. How do you answer the suggestion that this showed a lack of necessary basic competence?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jeremy. This morning was difficult. It was awkward to listen to. Do we expect too much from our politicians, expecting you to have every fact and every statistic at your fingertips?
Okay, so it's going to be good, because this is a race and faith manifesto. If for the next question it can be maybe something a little bit different, maybe to the manifesto. Just a suggestion. I'm going to just let Jeremy answer that, so then maybe we can get on to the subject matter.
John, thanks for your question. This morning we launched our childcare manifesto, and I want the exact figure on BBC Women's Hour. I didn't have the exact figure in front of me, so I was unable to answer that question, for which, obviously, I apologise. But I don't apologise for what's in the manifesto, and I will explain exactly what the cost is. It's £4.8 billion it will cost by the end of the Parliament, and it means that 1 million children will get childcare, free childcare, 30 hours per week between the years of 2 and 4. And this will mean that all of our children will get the chance to go to nursery, to go to preschool, and to develop socially with each other. The present system of preschool allocation is unsatisfactory and often very unfair. Sometimes, if you're very poor, you can get a free place. If you've got a fair amount of money, you can buy a place. The Conservatives have tried to increase the amount of childcare available for 3 and 4-year-olds, but now find they cannot meet their own target because they haven't put enough money into the system, and too many Sure Start centres have already been closed, and the nursery capacity is simply not there. Our determination is to invest in sufficient nursery capacity throughout the whole country, supporting and hopefully reopening some of the Sure Start centres that have been closed down by this government. I have to say, Sure Start was one of the greatest achievements of the last Labour government, because it gave opportunities for all of our children. And so when we put this manifesto together, we looked at the social issues that affect people in our society. If a child at the age of 2 gets to go to a good preschool facility, nursery, play-based activities, that helps that child develop, helps their social development, helps their understanding of each other, helps their degree of integration into society. That means when they finally get to primary school, a little bit later on, they're well prepared for it, and you can gradually move into a more academic curriculum a little bit later on. Children that don't get that chance are less likely to do so well in primary school. You're then looking at a whole pathway of underachievement because we, as a community, didn't invest enough at the very beginning. And I'm very determined we'll redress that balance. And when I made the comment in my speech about postcodes, I absolutely mean it. I want every child to have that chance. Now, there is a criticism made of this, that it's expensive. I don't believe it's that expensive. I believe it's something that's well worth investment by all of us. Will be an increase on the current budget by quite a lot. John McDonnell signed this off with a lot of care because he believes in this as well. And it's universal because once you start means testing and rationing, you've got to draw a line somewhere. And once you start drawing that line, then you've created a difference in the nursery itself between the children that get free places and the children that are paying. You create an administrative problem. I think, as with our healthcare system, as with our education system, as with our pension system, there should be the principle of universalism. So we as a society and we as a community want all of our children to get that same chance and that same start in life. And so I believe £4.8 billion is a price that the country will understand and realise the benefits all those children get all the way through their education career, but as a society we all get later on in life. And I'm very, very proud of our Child Manifesto and very grateful to you for asking me that question. Thank you very much. As to your question about unfairness towards politicians, there is no such thing as being unfair to politicians. If you put yourself up for elected office in public life, you're subject to permanent scrutiny. Your permanent scrutiny, in my case, of my friends and neighbours, because I live in my constituency, as ministers to Parliament, because that's what Parliament is there for, and to the electorate, because they can decide your future or not. So I don't get upset by these things. Never be so high and mighty you can't listen to everybody else. And make sure you understand the motives of the majority of our people and the kind of society we want to live in. Bring people together that we can go down the road together on that journey together for a better society. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Jeremy. I mean, I do think that sometimes it's ridiculous that everything is about, at the end of the day, John McDonnell has costed the Labour Party's manifesto. The Conservative Party hasn't. So if you want to crunch numbers, speak to the numbers man. Let's talk about the policies in a Labour Party manifesto. Yeah, or read this. I haven't read this, you know. Let's talk about the policies in a Labour Party manifesto. Because it's a policy of the many and not the few. And that's what I really think lots of people are scared of. So I'm going to take another question from the media. I think the media's all here. Sorry, if you can just say your name and where you're from, that would be really useful. Thank you.
Arj Singh from the Press Association. Hi, Jeremy. How are you?
Hi, Arj.
It is linked to this morning, but it's about faith.
Well, you were there this morning.
No, not the nursery.
You've been in lots of places.
The radio interview.
In fact, you're stalking me.
I thought I was invited, Jeremy.
Arj, I know it's not allowed in politics. That was meant as a bit of light-hearted humour. Is that allowed?
I'm smiling. The interviewer who interviewed you this morning on childcare policy, Emma Barnett, has been subject to abuse online in the wake of that interview, including anti-Semitic abuse by people purporting to be your supporters. So I was just wondering if you could condemn
Listen,
that.
Arj, thanks for your question. It is totally and absolutely and completely unacceptable for anyone to throw abuse at anyone else. Journalists do ask difficult questions. Journalists do a job that does require asking difficult questions, sometimes in difficult circumstances. I'm actually a member of the National Union of Journalists myself, and I recognise the value of investigative journalism in this country and all around the world. Spare a thought for those brave journalists in some countries, Mexico, for example, and others, that have been killed because they were seeking out the truth. And so, if you don't like what a reporter says or asks of me or anybody else, understand the question they're asking. We will all do our best to answer those questions, but under no circumstances whatsoever should anyone throw personal abuse at anyone else because they're doing the job that they've been employed to do. And I will not tolerate it under any circumstances.
Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, I'm going to take a couple more. Where's it going? I'll take your papers.
Sure. We're sharing papers and a pen. We've got pens each other.
Yeah.
Hi, Jeremy. My name's Rachel. I'm from the Watford Observer. Just wondering, the Labour...
Sorry, Rachel, from which programme?
The Watford Observer.
Oh, thanks, Rachel, yeah.
We were just wondering, having our Labour Watford candidate, Chris, do you think he's still truly representative of the people of Watford if he lives in St Albans?
It's not that far.
How long does it take?
I think maybe, Jeremy, I think Chris should maybe speak for himself now because he's the candidate, right? Yeah, sure, come on.
Chris, defend Watford and St Albans.
Thank you very much for that question. So I was asked to stand here as the candidate for Watford by the Watford Labour Party because I know Watford so well. I have stood here before in the European elections in 2009 and 2014, and I've helped in many of the campaigns over the years. St Albans, as everybody who lives in Watford knows, is just down the road, and the constituency boundaries have changed so much that sometimes parts of St Albans have been in Watford and then they have changed back. So it's such a local place that I know this place so well. My children were born in the local hospital. Indeed, I was unfortunately had to use the local hospital over the weekend when one of my children fell ill. And this is the nearest place where many people from St Albans come all the time. And I am proud that Watford is the type of place that is so welcoming, that so many people who are not from here are welcomed here. And I would like to make sure that that welcome is extended to everyone, as indeed it has been to me and everyone else who has taken part in this fantastic Labour winning campaign here in Watford. Thank you very much.
So you've just heard from the next MP for Watford. The next MP for St Albans is also here, Kerry Pollard. So you've got two for the price of one. Kerry, well done. Look forward to you being elected.
Thank you. So I've got some black, Asian minority ethnic media at the back. Can I get you to? Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbyn. My name is Tunde Alabi. I'm from Ben Television. My question these days, British citizens have difficulty bringing their spouse, children, or family members into the UK, where they work, they live, and pay taxes. Unlike EU nationals who are not having those difficulties. What are your thoughts? What do you think? Do you think it's fair?
Okay. I missed the beginning bit of your question, sorry.
My question is the difficulties the British citizens face in bringing their spouse.
Family reunion.
Yeah, to
Brilliant.
the UK.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Sorry about that. And the gentleman there at the back, yes? Wait for the mic, thank you.
Hi, my name is Shokar Dar. I'm a Pakistani news channel, Dunya News on Sky. My question is to Germany. Theresa May refused to sit in your debate. How you feel that?
Thank you very much. And there was another gentleman.
Hi, Mr. Corbyn. In 2015, Miliband said that he would outlaw Islamophobia by making it a significant hate crime. Now, with the recent terror attacks and everything that's been going on, the growing concern of Islamophobia, what does Labour plan to do to tackle the issue of Islamophobia?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I think, and I also think Sarah might want to do a bit on Islamophobia, I think. But I think, Jeremy, those two?
Okay.
Family reunions?
Tunde, thank you for your question. Our manifesto is absolutely clear about this, that the difficulties faced by family reunion from non-European countries is huge. It is clear in our manifesto that we understand that and that we will facilitate family reunion on the basis of the human rights of people to live together. And that is specifically there in the manifesto. I know this as a constituency MP, and many others know it, the heartbreak of going through trying to bring family to this country because of arbitrary levels of income set by the government. And we're quite clear that we will change that and therefore enable family reunion to take place. And Shokar, thank you for your questions about the debate. I must say that yesterday evening we had the first of debates for the general election between the party leaders, but it seems slightly odd that I'm answering questions first as part of the debate, and very happy to answer questions from anybody, any time. And the other party leader was in a room upstairs waiting her turn. That wasn't my choice. My choice is a debate between the leaders of all the parties. And I'm sure the Prime Minister's busy today, but I hope she's got a moment to look on the television or look online today, and that she will see my very polite and kind invitation that we could perhaps come together somewhere and have a debate so that we can discuss our manifestos, discuss our policies, and discuss our party's visions for the future of this country, so that everybody can see exactly what is on offer. I'm very proud of what we've got on offer. And on your question, Sarah, I'm asking Sarah to deal with the question on Islamophobia, and Sarah, I have to say, has done an absolutely brilliant job in the Shadow Cabinet of bringing all these policies together, and she's going to be a fantastic minister delivering those policies in government.
The level of Islamophobia, but also all hate crimes, is going through the roof at the moment. We saw a 400% increase in the month after Brexit. What I'm finding, though, that is most abhorrent, because we do have good legislation in place to tackle it, is that the communities that I speak to, and particularly women of a Muslim background, they now feel they have to endure it. They feel if they go to the police, it won't be taken seriously. They feel that that is part of the Britain that they have to live in. And that is just so unacceptable, and we must challenge it at every step. And one of the things that I'm most pleased is in the manifesto is that whilst the Tories have cut and cut and cut our police, so literally trying to report it has become almost impossible, and having it acted on is getting more and more resource tight. We will increase the police, and we will have zero tolerance to crimes like that. Thank you.
I hope you're getting a sense of the kind of world that we could live in under a Labour government on June. Does it feel good? Feels like we could do it. You don't have to convince you. We have to convince everybody else, right?
You're convinced, yeah.
Absolutely. So I'm going to just take a couple more questions. I want to take 3 from the audience, please. Wait for the mic, please, sorry. I thought Jeremy was going to say that Theresa may be looking at the Theresa May gifts on the. I spent half an hour scrolling through them on Twitter. They were amazing. Sorry.
Hi, good afternoon, Jeremy. I'm Nouri from Ealing Southall. My question is, this is something really alarming and very sad for the whole community in Britain on Manchester attack. And we are very concerned, our children are very concerned. So it's not a question, I just would like to comment. Of course, we true believer of Labour Party values, and we know that Labour is the only party who can deliver for our country and for our children. I just would like to say, if we are in power after 8th of June, are we going to review our international foreign policy and international relations, what's happening around the world, like Syria, Iran, Afghanistan, Kashmir, and Palestine? So I hope, we truly believe you're going to do something, and that's what my request is.
Thank you very much. Not if, but when. And I'm going to take, so I don't want to be accused of right-wing bias, I want to take a question from this side over here. I don't know if you're pointing to that lady. Oh, yes, that lady there, yeah. Can you wait for the mic, please? Sorry. Yeah. So I've made him have to run from all the way around to the...
Hi, Jeremy. I'm a very proud British Muslim woman, and I heard Sarah Champion's piece just there now about what the Labour government planned to do in terms of putting more police on the street responding to Islamophobia. But what else will Labour do to help the communities, give them the tools to tackle this problem that they are facing? I see many, many good Muslims within mosques and communities working so hard to bring this issue to the forefront. But what more will Labour do to give these communities the tools that they need?
Thank you very much. I'm going to take one last question from the guy with the afro. Thank you. Just because it's just more. There you go. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Jeremy. Thank you very much. I guess my question is about kind of realising opportunities, especially for young people of colour. I come from a single-parent household, low income. We couldn't afford like tutoring or anything like that, and my mother had to invest a lot to get me to go into university. And eventually, I was lucky enough to go to Cambridge, where there's less than like 4% of black ethnic minority people. I think that's all well and good for me, but I think it's unfortunate because I saw so many other people like me growing up who couldn't make that. Why? Because they didn't get the support they needed in school, or they didn't get the kind of support from mental health, or they had to be a carer for their parent or something like that, or even worse, they succumb to like drugs or knife crime or something like that. So that's why, how can we kind of realise these opportunities? And one thing else I want to say, I know she's not here anymore, but Diane Abbott is a hero and a legend.
What was your name? Sorry, what's your name? Josh. Wonderful. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh, and thanks for the other 2 questions. The Manchester attack was the most unspeakable, awful crime that you could imagine. The loss of the lives of young women and girls who were merely out enjoying themselves for the evening by one individual. And those families are never going to recover from that. The trauma and the pain will go on for the rest of their lives. I was in Manchester the following day I spoke to the Prime Minister overnight and we agreed we would suspend all election campaigning as we did in order to show due respect and honour to those that lost their lives. And I went to Manchester the following day and there was a memorial gathering in Albert Square in front of the town hall, and it was absolutely packed with people. Thousands and thousands of people came at less than 18 hours after the incident took place, including ambulance workers, firefighters, paramedics, local authority workers, police, everybody that had done so much to try and deal with that carnage. And they all came together in a sense of unity. And when the Lord Mayor said, this is about the strength of all of our communities together, people fully understood it. All of the faith leaders that were there, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, all gave exactly the same message, that we must not allow this act of hate to divide us. We have to come together as communities. That killing was no more done in the name of Islam than any other murder anywhere else. It was a murder that was done. And so we have to ensure we bring all communities together. Anti-Semitism is vile, Islamophobia is vile, racism in any form is vile. And we do have laws against it. Those laws need, I think, to be tougher. And I'm quite prepared to toughen those laws up to make sure that we make it absolutely wrong and illegal. But it's also about an education process. It's an education process that brings communities together and doesn't demonize one community or the other, because therein lies the road to nowhere and no disaster. You can set up hate against anybody. At the end of it, you haven't built a house, you haven't employed a doctor, you haven't employed a nurse, you haven't actually achieved anything other than a division and hatred within our communities. And so I admire those people in Manchester that worked so hard to bring communities together. And it's our purpose and our mission as a Labour Party and a Labour government to bring all those communities together out of respect for each other's faith, backgrounds, language and ethnicity. And respect the work that each does. The great work done every day in synagogues, in mosques, in churches, and people of no faith in bringing communities together. That is what we're about, and that's the kind of Britain that I'm very proud of, and that's the kind of Britain I want to live in, and that's the kind of Britain I want to see. Don't demonise people, bring them in together, and prevent any discrimination in any form in our society, so we can all be seen to be able to make a good contribution to a strong country. Josh, the points you raised are absolutely central and very important. Congratulations to you on getting to Cambridge and achieving a degree there. I presume you did.
I've taken my exams this week.
You've taken your exams this week?
Good luck.
All right. Fingers crossed for Josh. But what you said, obviously, huge congratulations to you and your mum and all those that supported you. And well done for what you've achieved already and what you will achieve in the rest of your life. But we have to make sure that every child has those same chances. It's not just about an idealism that every child can achieve something. It actually makes good common sense. Because if a child is brought up in such poverty and such lack of opportunity and such underfunded schools and public services, they can't achieve their potential. We all lose as well as they do. They lose because they haven't achieved what they could in life. We lose a good engineer, we lose a good doctor, we lose a good nurse, we lose a good teacher because that person never had the chance. So our manifesto, our programme, is about funding our schools, is about restoring educational maintenance allowance, is about getting rid of student fees, is about maintenance grants in universities. You know what it's also about? Is restoring adult education. So those that have left school, maybe didn't achieve everything they wanted, can go back to college to achieve it. And so it really is about unlocking that potential for all. And I'll finish on this. There's one part of the manifesto that I fought very hard to get put in the manifesto. Even I have to fight to get things in the manifesto, you know. In there is the pupil arts premium. So that every child in every school will not only get a free school meal in a primary school, eating it together so they're better nourished, but they will also be able to nourish their imagination by learning a musical instrument while they're in school.
I wanted to try and squeeze five of them, but I can't. Okay, so I've been told that I have to end it there. I just want to say, please go out there, fight for every single vote. We have 9 days to win. If everybody can convince another 50 people, we can do this, and we can win, and we can form a Labour government. And Jeremy Corbyn will be our Prime Minister.